DHS had cleaned it up, and they did not. So we did a hearing last February of 2025, and we provided them a list of childcare facilities we thought they should check out. My understanding is they have not, and so we're hoping that they will take this seriously and go investigate with on-site visits what's going on in these childcare facilities.
And when you raised awareness, were the Governor Tim Walz and the Attorney General made aware of these warnings?
Oh, I'm sure.
Did the state leadership fail to act promptly? I mean, it kind of sounds like they did if you still haven't received any information regarding these warnings.
Yes, we don't know that they took any action with the list we gave them.
And Representative Robbins, what recommendations from your committee were given and ignored?
So in general, we always try to look at internal controls, and we've asked, I mean, it's not complicated. We want them to go make sure recipients are eligible, that providers are eligible, that services are actually being provided. Our staff has gone to many of these places, and so it's not just the Nick Shirley video. Our staff has gone and looked at this, and there are literally no one there during business hours. Some of the offices where we have the address are empty, like there's no furniture. So they are not doing their job.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou, does the Department of Justice have more resources to uncover fraud than a 20-year-old YouTuber?
Yes, but those resources are declining.
Are they still more than a 20-year-old YouTuber with a cell phone camera?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the primary office that would be responsible for prosecuting public corruption, which is what is being alleged today, has essentially been decimated. Most of the attorneys have been fired.
Was it decimated when you were there? Was there funding there then?
Yeah, so
it was there then. So why did the Department of Justice under the Biden administration ignore repeated attempts to uncover this massive fraudulent misuse of taxpayer dollars?
As you may recall, the indictment actually happened during the Biden administration.
And what action has been taken in the state to ensure that this isn't happening? Because we just saw dozens and dozens of centers that are receiving hundreds of millions of dollars collectively that are not functionally operational.
Yeah, well, in 2022, under the Biden administration, over 70 people were indicted for exactly this scheme.
So, Mr. Ballou, yes or no? A Medicaid program with low barriers to entry and minimal reimbursement requirements, that's something that would be highly vulnerable to fraud if oversight is weak, correct?
Exactly,
Yes
and the challenge is that oversight is being
yes or no?
cut further because
Thank you for your answer. Mr. Ballou, yes or no? When a program projected at $2.6 million explodes to over $100 million annually, that's a glaring red flag.
The problem that we have is that all the oversight at the federal level.
Yes or no? Is that a red flag when a $2.6 million program
the challenge that we have
explodes to over $100 million? Yes or no?
The offices that are
no,
responsible for identifying those red flags are being defunded.
Mr. Ballou, yes or no? When the same individuals or networks bill multiple Medicaid programs, that indicates organized fraud.
And the challenge that we have is
yes or no? Does that indicate fraud when you're getting the same individuals and networks that are billing multiple Medicaid programs?
Precisely the offices that would identify that are being defunded.
As they should be. Mr. Ballou, yes or no, did the Biden administration cover this up for political reasons? Because uncovering fraud on this massive scale, 2024 Democrat vice presidential candidate.
Just so I understand, are you saying that the offices that uncover fraud should be defunded?
I'm saying that these programs and the fraud that is taking place should be defunded.
My understanding is what you were just saying is that the fraud programs.
So no, we need to uncover these, but
and the challenge
these
that we
actual
have
programs
is that those
that are
offices
ballooning to $100 million. And if you could get back to the question I just asked, was this covered up because you thought it would hurt the 2024 Democrat vice presidential candidate?
The office
Governor
that would
Tim
investigate
Walz.
that kind
Yes or
of
no?
alleged public
Yes or
integrity
no?
fraud has been defunded.
In 2024, it was not defunded. And was this covered up to protect a vice presidential candidate? Yes or no, Mr. Ballou?
Prior to 2024, over 70 indictments were brought under the Biden
Mr. Ballou,
administration.
was this covered up to protect a political candidate?
Once again, that office has been defunded, and there are
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. I'm sorry that you're not answering questions before this committee correctly. Thank you.
And who's next? Okay. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all so much for being here. I think as someone who served in the State House, I know how important it is, no matter if there's a D or R next to any name of anybody that's in charge, to make sure we root out any sort of fraud, scams, because we know it hurts everyone. But as a Muslim American, I got to ask you all, as a public servant, because, Representative Robbins, Hudson, Rarick, do you believe every Somali in Minnesota is engaged in fraud right now? Yes or no? You can start.
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Do you believe that Muslims are demons?
No.
No.
Absolutely not. That's a ridiculous thing to even say. I hope nobody says that.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's really important, as you all do the job that you need to do, to also root out hate and divisive language that you can't imagine a child listening to that. You know what I mean? And they're seeing that. And I'm telling you, as somebody that grew up Muslim in America, sometimes you're just listening to that and you feel othered. You feel like you're less than, that maybe the things that are being said are true. And so, Mr. Chair, I have to submit for the record, I know this is not your only source. I heard you. But, unnamed source in a viral Minnesota Somali fraud video is a right-wing lobbyist who called Muslim demons. But why this is more disturbing, and I don't know if any of you shared it, but I want you to know that who shared it, despite this, and all the falsehoods that my colleagues have already highlighted in a very, very shameful way, that this video has been shared widely and proudly by Attorney General Pam Bondi, by FBI Director Kash Patel, by Vice President J.D. Vance, who actually called the video, quote, far more useful journalism than any of our winners of the 2024 Pulitzer Prizes. The video creators, Nick Shirley, has built this career, right? But on a lot of Islamophobia and dehumanization, that I just feel as public servant, as you root out fraud, and you have to, that you don't make it out that it's about the Somali community. It's about maybe not having the checks and balances, and maybe, again, wanting to do that. But I urge you all, because this is the same person that also talked about the community I represent in the city of Dearborn. And again, there are children watching. And I say this, that racist rhetoric, no matter faith or ethnicity, against any of our neighbors is not going to prevent fraud. Doing this will not prevent fraud. We already saw Trump administration using this story to pretext of sending 2,000 federal agents to target and harass Somali American community. I mean, do you agree with that? Sending troops in.
I don't think ICE agents are troops, and ICE agents should be able to do their job anywhere in America.
I meant federal agents. You're right. I meant federal agents, ma'am. Do you believe federal agents should come in, and 2,000 federal agents should come into your state?
I think ICE agents should be doing their job anywhere in America. It's their jurisdiction, and if there are
But
criminals,
that's the response of the president. So if
there are criminals who need to be
Yes, I
deported, they should be deported.
But that's not what's going to happen. Representative Hudson?
I absolutely welcome immigration enforcement in the state of Minnesota.
But do you think it's really immigration enforcement? Because they're racially profiling. They're going to just stop people that look Somali or look Muslim or ethnic and just harass them. And I'm telling you, as somebody that for the first time ever, my mother in 50 years being here, and the sweetest woman, she'd feed anybody. She doesn't care if you're a Republican, Democrat. She would make sure you're not hungry and fed. And she's carrying a passport for the first time in her life here, because she knows, because she wears a hijab, she might be stopped by an ICE agent. Is that the kind of militarization? I know you won't get stopped, but somebody like my mother and somebody like your Somali American neighbors in Minnesota will be stopped in a way that is dehumanizing. They do it in front of kids. They don't care. And I'm saying this to you and asking all of you, do your job, but don't allow your job and what you're doing to be utilized as a racist trope that all Somali Americans are criminals, that Muslims are demons. It's incredibly dangerous. And so, Representative Robbins, Hudson Rarick, one of the things that the collective punishment, right? I mean, the fact that now I'm seeing the Trump administration say, okay, we're going to cut childcare and social services to California, Illinois, New York, Minnesota, Colorado. Like, is that really the answer? Is that going to prevent fraud? Do you believe cutting 23,000 kids from childcare, do you think that's going to prevent fraud?
So my understanding, it's not being cut. If they can document that the actual children are there and that they have attendance records, they will get the funding. So this is a misnomer saying it's all going to be cut. It's not true.
We'll see. Representative Hudson?
I tend not to blame firemen for water damage when they put out a fire.
Okay.
And that's what's going on.
So you're good with them cut. Okay. How about you?
I believe in the due process of law. And so back to your comment about your dear mother, because she wears a hijab and she has to carry her passport. So I think that every person has value. Everyone is a child of God, right? And we may have a different name, but here's the thing, is that they all deserve respect.
Absolutely.
They all deserve kindness. They all deserve the process of law
Absolutely.
and due process.
And I'll tell you,
that
I
is what
think-
we believe in.
And I see it among my community. It's a very diverse community. We're calling people on other, folks that are, no matter what their background is, because we don't want any criminal activity or fraud, because we know it hurts everybody. But I'm asking all of you, as you do this, your job, call out against the racist comments. Protect everyone in Minnesota, no matter their faith or ethnicity. So be careful in sharing these videos. I'm sorry, Chairman, this is important. Be careful as you do your job, not to allow people that you all are trying to root out fraud to be used as a ploy to go after Muslims and Somali
ladies,
Americans.
time's expired. Thank you. Chair, before I recognize Mr. Cloud, Mr. Gill has a unanimous consent request.
Sure, yep. This is from the Minnesota Reformer, Somali American former investigator, why you're hearing about fraud in my community.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now, do you have another one? Okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate you holding this hearing. It's important, as you have mentioned at the outset, that we continue our work to uncover waste, fraud, and abuse, and especially in holding this hearing, kind of brings some light to this issue that the media really, they were scooped. And so in a sense that they're having to cover this issue when really they should have been the ones to investigate and reveal this is telling. No doubt there's fraud everywhere. When you're spending trillions of dollars, there's going to be pockets of fraud. But one of the things that's been revealing this year as we've worked through the DOJ process is uncovering the extent of the fraud, how it's been systemized, weaponized, and how we've really unveiled that it's the world's history's largest money laundering scheme. And much of this should be a bipartisan issue to go after the waste, fraud, and abuse, but what we found out is much of the taxpayer funding is going to uphold leftist organizations and their campaign practices and the like. What's particularly telling about this issue in Minnesota isn't the fact that there's waste, fraud, and abuse. No doubt that's happening in a number of states, and we need to continue the work to clean it up. But the way that this has been systemized, institutionalized, and the corrupt and corrosive nature and even criminal coercion that went on from the governor's office and his administration is particularly troubling. I think it's notable that the Biden administration was aware of this, even as they tried to sell the Harris-Walz administration on the American people, and perhaps that's why we didn't see this come to light as we should. But Representative Hudson, I appreciated something you said in your testimony in the sense that you said how the structure of these programs creates incentives that reliably produce the waste, fraud, and abuse across multiple service areas, regardless of the program or intent. And this is kind of what we see oftentimes, that for good intentions, maybe Congress upstands these programs, but over the decades, what we've seen is they've expanded to where many of them almost end up being a system of waste, fraud, and abuse with a veneer of care and concern for people. And our job in Congress is to help bring the tools to make sure that that doesn't happen. And so the ranking member said, where fraud exists, we should look into it. We should hold people accountable. What we see coming from the left a lot of times is they're fine with the reactionary. We're fine in bringing prosecutions after the fact because the money's already gone out. We're fine with prosecuting people who do ballot harvesting once the ballots are in the pot and we can't separate them. But it's far better for us to prevent it. I'd like to talk to, I'll start with you, Mr. Hudson, but if y'all want to jump in, what controls states should be putting in, but really it comes down to us in saying whatever federal dollars you are receiving, you should be getting these controls in place. So could you speak to the institutionalization of this fraud and the schemes that are in place, maybe list some examples, and then speak to some of the controls that you would recommend that we take on legislatively to make sure states are doing their job?
It's a very big question, and I'll try to be concise. So I haven't put a whole lot of thought into what Congress should do, given my state legislative role, but I can tell you that states are primarily responsible for the administration of these programs, for setting up rules, for engaging in verification and compliance. And so what I imagine Congress can do is provide either incentive or some form of, for lack of a better term, punishment to states who fail to do that.
Currently, states are actually incentivized, in a sense, to game the system against the American taxpayer.
100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so the programs in Minnesota need to be redesigned from top to bottom. I mean, it needs to be like a demolition and a rebuild, because the way they're currently structured, I think most Americans, when they think about benefit programs, they think about like their neighbor and how they would help out their neighbor. But that's not how these programs work. It's not relational. It doesn't come with expectations or gratitude or an incentive to make your life better. It is set up to create a perpetual industry out of taking money from taxpayers.
Yeah, that's troubling. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I think one of the most practical things you can do is to require documentation from the recipient and from the provider. In Minnesota, most of these providers are set up and the recipients based on attestation. And nobody then goes and checks, are they really eligible? Are the services actually being provided? We had the Housing Stabilization Program. They estimate 90% of it was fraud. Nobody checked if services were actually being provided. And I think you could also require repayment to the feds if there's fraud, and that would make states pay attention to administration if they had to repay the money if it was not spent on the proper services.
Thank you. Those are a few good tips. We'll hopefully stay in communication. My time's up.
Chair.
I know we opened up a can of worms there that could take another hour or two, but thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Min.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate today's hearing, and I am deeply concerned about the allegations of fraud that we are learning about around the disbursement of social services funding in Minnesota. This is fraud of the worst kind. It's literally taking food out of the mouths of hungry kids so that people can enrich themselves. And just for your clarification, I've actually spent my career fighting fraud. My first job out of law school was at the SEC. This was in the aftermath of another major set of frauds, the Enron and WorldCom accounting scandals, which, of course, from the private sector, not the public sector. In Congress, this has been my just over a year at this point, but I was happy to sponsor H.R. 1156, a Republican-led bill that came before this committee last year. And I think that we need aggressive enforcement and accountability when it comes to taxpayer dollars and their disbursement. That being said, I have concerns about this hearing, as well as recent actions taken by the Trump administration. And it's hard for me not to look at this hearing and the context in which it's taking place and not see this as a partisan and racist hearing. And for the reasons mentioned by my colleague, but we have not had other hearings when it comes to fraud that takes place in Republican-led states. We've not had hearings in this committee, as far as I'm aware, or in any other committee this year, as long as I've been in Congress, that go after those who are not Somali American. And so I hope you all can appreciate that by holding this hearing in isolation of any other hearings around oversight or fraud, that it looks like we're going after one community in one state when we know it's rampant. So I guess my first question to you all, and you all can raise your hand, or if you don't want to raise your hand, feel free to not raise your hand, but do you believe that fraud only takes place in Democratic-led states?
No.
Okay.
No.
And do you believe that fraud only takes place in the Somali communities?
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
Would it surprise you to know that the Congress has not done hearings on either frauds that have taken place in Republican-led states or on frauds that have taken place in non-Somalian communities?
So
This year, since I've taken Congress, or that this Oversight Committee in particular, in this session.
the Minnesota legislature, we are literally drowning in fraud.
That was a yes/no question, so I'm going to reclaim my time, so thank you very much.
We spend all of our time
And so I would just say that if this was a serious hearing, If this was a more serious attempt at oversight, we'd be looking across the board. And this is also hard to not take in the context of President Trump's announcement, I think just yesterday, that he would be illegally, I would add, withholding funds for childcare and other purposes from states led by Democratic governors, including not only Minnesota, but my home state of California, as well as several others. Kids are going to go hungry in my district when we have not seen evidence of any type of fraud on the scale we're talking about in California, in Colorado, in Illinois, and yet Donald Trump is withholding funds from those states.
You don't know.
And so it looks like a very partisan effort here to go after blue states. $10 billion is being withheld. $10 billion. And we already have struggling people right now trying to pay the bills because of rising healthcare costs, inflation, et cetera. It's cruel and vindictive. It is also, I think, another example of the ways in which President Trump and this committee and this Republican-led Congress look increasingly like they're weaponizing the government to go after Democrats and people they perceive as their political critics rather than going out and trying to address fraud in all ways, shapes, and forms. We know, for example, that there have been massive frauds that have been uncovered in places like Florida, Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And I want to highlight Mississippi because Mississippi has made a lot of news recently because they've had the largest public corruption scandal in their history. And yet this committee has not addressed that once. We have not done a hearing on it. There's been no letters or inquiries, as far as I understand, this year, at my time in Congress. So this is quite problematic. It includes celebrities like Brett Favre, we all know about. And so it's very problematic to me that we are not actually doing this. Now, Mr. Ballou, you mentioned earlier that it's hard to uncover fraud or know about fraud or know the motivations when we are getting rid of Inspector General. I think that was your implication. And I just want to lean into that just a little bit because I think what the Republicans have done in your state actually makes a lot of sense to me. Receiving tips from the public, investigating those tips, and then trying to provide transparency around your findings. And yet that is, Mr. Ballou, that is what Inspectors General do, right?
That's precisely their job.
And would it surprise you to know that this committee, which is tasked with overseeing the federal government, has done 0 hearings since Donald Trump fired all the inspector generals at the beginning of his term?
That's unfortunate.
We really can't have a discussion around fraud, misuse of taxpayer dollars, or waste if we aren't talking about the fact that we just got rid of all the people that are supposed to oversee that. So I have one last question here. And
your time's expired. You've gone over a minute, but you
No, I didn't go over a minute.
firing the Inspector General when you admit there's massive fraud in Republican states too. The IGs have failed.
Can I
Why
ask
should we
you,
keep funding
point of
these
parliamentary-
agencies when there's evidence that the money has been defrauded?
I have a parliamentary inquiry for you, sir.
Well, go ahead.
Are we allowed to use this committee's resources to only go after fraud or states of one party?
No, we can go after fraud in any part.
So are we going to look into Mississippi the way that we're looking into Minnesota?
If you bring stuff forward, you have whistleblowers come forward, we will look after it in any state.
You will hold a hearing. Do I have your commitment?
Well, it depends on the evidence. Chair now recognizes Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
I've already recognized Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And actually, I'd like to remind the committee that this party, this side of the aisle, has dedicated tremendous resources to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. In fact, the chairman set up a committee called DOGE that the other side of the aisle demonized and criticized in our efforts in which we had multiple hearings to identify waste, fraud, and abuse throughout all of the government agencies. And so I applaud the chairman and this side for the work that we've been doing. But sadly, Minnesota has become an example because of the extent of the waste and the fraud. I have to ask, it must be embarrassing for the citizens of Minnesota, Chairwoman Robbins.
So I'm not embarrassed to be from Minnesota, but I am frustrated and angry about the theft of taxpayer money.
I have a family that live in Minnesota. It's a wonderful state, and I know that they are angry, that they're very frustrated. So I think that we talk about the amount of money that's being wasted, $9 billion, that seems like an abstract amount, but let's break that down. $9 billion stolen from less than 6 million citizens of Minnesota, correct? That's per individual, Imagine, right? Every citizen of Minnesota, your bank account, suddenly someone took $1,500 out of your bank account. Every taxpayer, there's around 3 million citizens or taxpayers in Minnesota. Every taxpayer just had $3,000 stolen from their bank account. How does that feel to a citizen of Minnesota?
Minnesotans are so frustrated because not only have we had that money stolen from us, but we had an $18 billion surplus that Tim Walz spent and then raised our taxes $11 billion and left us with a $6 billion deficit. So we've had the fiscal mismanagement on top of the fraud, and Minnesotans are completely fed up.
In Missouri, there's also an opportunity cost to all that money. So in Missouri, we just greenlit a project to add more lanes to I-70, which runs from one end of the state to the other, and it was less than $3 billion. You could imagine people in Minnesota could enjoy adding additional lanes on interstates, on 3 of your interstates, I-35, I-94, I-90. Don't you think the people of Minnesota would love to have wider lane or more lanes added to their highway infrastructure?
They absolutely would. But even if we stayed in the social service realm, there was $104 million in 1 year that was fraudulent in the Housing Stabilization Service. If we could have taken that $104 million and put it into supportive housing, we would have done a lot to solve the homelessness problem. So every time these dollars are fraudulently stolen, it is a huge opportunity cost for Minnesotans.
Absolutely. And you've been sounding the alarm for quite some time. Why has it taken until 2025 for these to fully come to light?
The Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee was formed in 2025 once we had a tie in the House.
So when the Republicans took majority, you were able to actually root out the waste, fraud, and abuse in Minnesota, which is why we now know about it.
Yes, we're in a tie technically, but we were able to negotiate this as part of the power sharing agreement.
I seek unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record a article from the New York Post. Former Homeland Security agent claims prosecutors ignored Minnesota daycare fraud cases. They just evaporated.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So there's been investigations been going on for some time. I understand you don't report them or have really kind of bypassed the state agencies. You report directly to the federal government. Can you elaborate on why that is? It's pretty obvious why, but.
So when my staff, we have a very small staff. We have one researcher on our committee, and then we as members also do a lot of our own research. And when we get an investigation that is credible, we do as much research as we can. But as I said earlier, we don't have access to bank records, health records, or the state payment system. And so based on that, when we get something that's credible, we turn it over to the Office of Legislative Auditor and to the U.S. Attorney's Office. I have been accused of hiding whistleblower data from the department, but when the department comes to hearings, we provide documents every time. I flagged 72 childcare centers. We've given them lists of all of the housing, multiple addresses where there's more than 5 providers, sometimes up to 22 providers at the same address. They've done nothing with it. But what I don't give them is the whistleblower information, because I'm protecting our whistleblowers in Minnesota. They finally are stepping up, and I have their back.
Good for you, and I appreciate you for doing that. And then finally, with that, I'll end. I have more articles to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to submit them now, or are you going to submit them? Okay, go, proceed.
Okay, one is an article produced about child care welfare fraud.
Without objection, to ordered.
A report produced by the Office of Legislative Auditor of Minnesota, Child Care Assistance Programs Assessment of Fraud Allegations.
Without objection, to ordered.
And then from the Minnesota House Research Group, the Child Care Assistance Programs and the Fraud Within.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is very important that we eliminate fraud in our social programs, and I'm glad that Governor Walz has taken real concrete steps in Minnesota to combat fraud, like signing legislation to strengthen states' agencies' ability to detect, prevent, and prosecute fraud, and establishing a statewide Inspector General Coordinating Council and appointing an independent state auditor to investigate claims. Mr. Balu, how will these actions help uncover and prevent fraud in the state?
Well, it's the funding and staffing that's necessary to uncover fraud that's happening at a state level, but that staffing is not being mirrored at the federal level.
What do you mean by that?
Well, bluntly, most of the enforcement mechanisms for going after white-collar crime are being decimated, especially in the Justice Department, but also the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Of course. As you pointed out, it's important for governors to play a big role in fighting fraud in their state. I want to give you a hypothetical. Let's say that you have a state's governor that funnels millions of dollars from the state's money over to the governor's wife's nonprofit. Let's say then that nonprofit takes that same money and gives it to political action committees that help her husband's causes. Would that be worth investigating?
Absolutely.
Well, what say the rest of the witnesses? In that hypothetical, is that something we should also investigate?
So I don't think we're in a place to talk about hypotheticals, but thank you for the question.
The rest of the witnesses, you don't think we should investigate fraud? What do you think?
I think I came here prepared to talk about the fraud that's taking place in my state and contain my testimony to the purpose of the hearing.
Representative Robbins?
I think we should investigate credible allegations of fraud wherever they are, but we don't know the
Thank you. I 100% agree with you, Representative. And actually, I want to talk about something that's really important because my colleague Dave Min just brought up something. Chair Comer, you had said if there's credible allegations, if there's evidence, we should look into it, and I have something for us to look into. This is not a hypothetical. This happened in my state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis, Casey DeSantis, and the Hope Florida Foundation have been subject to a bipartisan investigation and now a criminal investigation for this exact same thing I just talked about. So if we're going to be here going state by state in this committee talking about fraud, I'm okay with doing that. But let's make sure it's not just Democratic states, like Dave Min said, and let's also look at Republican-led states as well. Because what happened in my state of Florida is $10 million of Medicaid money was funneled to the governor's wife's nonprofit. Then that nonprofit took that money and gave it to political action committees helping her husband. I'd like to insert for the record a unanimous consent from the New York Times. Why did a charity tied to Casey DeSantis suddenly get $10 million boost?
Without objection, so ordered.
Chair Comer, will you commit to working with me to schedule a hearing on this?
Get the stuff to me, and we'll definitely look at it. $10 million. We're talking about $9 billion today.
does
But
the
yeah,
$10 million
get that to me. Appreciate
I'll get it to you. Definitely a lower amount of money, but $10 million of Medicaid money going to being funneled from taxpayer Floridians to political action committees is fraud and is criminal. And this is a bipartisan investigation looked at by both Democrats and Republicans, and I definitely expect this committee to do the same thing. And I have one more thing I want to talk about that Representative Ansari brought up. President Trump reposted conspiracy theories on his Truth Social account about the murder of Minnesota state legislators Mark and Melissa Hortman that suggests that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz had the Hortmans assassinated. Governor Walz says this behavior will get more innocent people killed, and the Hortman children have come out on the president and called on the president to take the statements down. I think it is very important that we are very clear that we condemn this type of behavior. So I just want to go down the line and hear if you agree with the Hortman children that we should condemn, and we ask the president to take down this post. Mr. Bayou?
Yes.
Representative?
So as the longest-serving member on this panel of Minnesota, I am so offended that anybody would accuse anybody of the assassination other than Lance Bolter, because this was a deep scar in the state of Minnesota and all of us personally. I served with Melissa Hortman my entire 13 years, and it is just unbelievably beyond the pale.
Do you agree that we should call on the president to take down the post? That's it.
I said what I said. I think that it's beyond the pale that anybody talk about anyone
Okay, you can't come to call on the president to take down the post. So it's okay. We'll move on. Representative Hudson, we'll move on. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on. You can't call on the president, take down this post. We'll move on to Representative Hudson. It's just a yes or no.
I cannot deceive the committee by giving it a binary. I have spoken to this many times. I have renounced the content of these ridiculous conspiracy theories, and I've called them ridiculous on multiple occasions.
That's great. Do you think it's appropriate for the President of the United States
I am not going to engage in the silly condemnation game.
No. This is not. No. This is not silly. This is the
What
president.
did you have to say about the assassination of Charlie Kirk? What did you have to say about Jay Jones, who's the chief law enforcement officer in the state of Virginia, fantasizing about shooting Republicans
I will reclaim
and watching
my
kids
time.
die
Gentlemen,
in their
will
mother's
stop
arms?
talking
I'm not
on
playing
my
this game.
time. gentleman will
context,
stop talking on my time.
Order. We'll give you a few seconds to close, Mr. Frost.
I have to comment on this because this is not silly. It is not silly to expect good behavior from the people at the highest levels of our government.
Do you expect from Jay Jones?
No, not your time.
Do you expect from Jay Jones?
Not your time, including the President of the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina. Is that right? Yeah, Mr. Timmons.
Mr. Chairman, we're only 1 week into 2026, and the Democrats are having a tough year. Here we are. This should not be a partisan issue. We've uncovered $9 billion in fraud. It doesn't matter if it's a red state or a blue state. That's $9 billion. And you got to remember, the purpose of these social safety nets is to help people that need help. And when we have that amount of fraud, it undermines the purpose of the social safety nets. The people that want and need the benefits that they are deserving because they're American citizens, they're unable to get them because people are stealing money. And it's even somewhat comical because just a few days ago, when the Trump administration executed the most incredible, they technically executed a warrant on Maduro, a narco-terrorist, they were able to not have a single casualty from our military. They limited collateral damage, and they executed what is truly just a perfect tactical military operation. And the Democrats have gone ballistic over it. Gone ballistic. This man has had warrants out for his arrest for 5 years. He's had a $25 million bounty, which was increased to a $50 million bounty. This is not a partisan issue. He has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans over the last few decades because he's sent drugs here for Americans to use and they've died from it. This is not a partisan issue. Venezuela was a huge step in the right direction. Peace through strength works. We got to get together and we got to work on the issues that the American people want us to work on. And seeking out waste, fraud, and abuse, seeking out $9 billion in theft of social safety net money is something that should not be partisan. And the fact that my colleagues across the aisle are going ballistic over these ridiculous ancillary issues and trying to cast shade over what should not be a partisan issue is just ridiculous. So get it together. We need to do the job that the American people sent us here to do. I want to actually point something out. So Representative Robbins, my understanding is that around $250 million in fraud was found in the 4 years of the Biden administration. There were a number of indictments, dozens of indictments. Is that number about right?
Yes, I think now they're up to about $310 million for the Feeding Our Future.
All right, thank you. So in the last year, we're at $9 billion. Is that the number you got?
Yes, the U.S. Attorney has estimated that the total fraud in the Medicaid portion, which has nothing to do with Feeding Our Future, so it's on top of that $310 million, is half of it is fraud.
Thank you. Mr. Blue, you see where I'm going with this? So you're saying that we've decimated the budget of the IGs, which, by the way, weren't doing their jobs because we've uncovered, $8.6 billion more dollars in fraud with less resources. So how do you explain your testimony earlier that we've decimated the entities that are designed to investigate fraud when we've uncovered exponentially more fraud with less resources? How do you explain that?
You know, what we've been talking about today is not just regular fraud, but public corruption. And
so
the
this is the thing.
we have now
we are not having a hearing on public corruption. We are having a hearing on $9 billion in fraud associated with Minnesota social safety nets. And so you keep pushing back on that you keep pushing back on this narrative that we should be seeking out waste, fraud, and abuse everywhere by saying that the Trump administration has decimated the entities that are designed to seek out waste, fraud, and abuse. And yet those same entities have uncovered exponentially more fraud.
The problem is that they haven't charged
your
any
logic
public
is flawed,
officials,
and you know
the
your
public
logic is
integrity
flawed.
section has
your
been
logic is flawed, and you know your logic is flawed. I just wanted to point it out. It's okay. So I guess I want to get to this. We have a limited amount of money. We have $37 trillion in debt. We run a $2 trillion annual deficit. And we have spent much of this year seeking out waste, fraud, and abuse, trying to get our fiscal house back in order because we're running out of time. So this cannot be a partisan issue. We cannot solve these problems without a bipartisan approach. So I have a bill that I filed. It's called the TABS Act. And what it does is it uses technology to confirm income eligibility. So $1.5 trillion every year go to social safety nets that are means tested, meaning depending on where you live, if you make too much money, you don't get them. And so if we use technology to real-time verify, you can actually give the social safety net to the person that's seeking it way faster, in most cases immediately, and then you can remove them from that social safety net in real time. In the big, beautiful bill, we changed it from once a year to twice a year, and that saved $10 billion. If you do it in real time, you are going to save 20% of the money. So if you extrapolate that over 10 years, it's about $2.5 trillion in savings for means-tested social safety nets. These are the kind of things we need to be doing. This is not a partisan issue. We all agree that people fall on hard times, and we need to help them up. We need to help them up. But if we have $9 billion of fraud in Minnesota, imagine what we have in California, imagine what we have in New York, imagine what we have across this country, and we've got to get a handle on it because we're running out of time. We can't keep spending money we don't have. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Robbins, how long do you think the corrupt activity has been going on in Minnesota?
We have whistleblower reports dating back from 2013 or 2014, so through the Dayton administration and the Walz administration.
Over a decade. Okay. Why is it that we're just now seeing, having this fully uncovered, and I'm not sure it's fully uncovered yet. Why is it, I mean, you've got an attorney general, you've got a governor who claims to be pure as the driven snow, and you get a lot of snow in Minnesota. Why is it just now coming out?
Well, because it's been a failure of the administration, particularly our Office of Management and Budget, who has responsibility constitutionally for this, and they have not been doing their job. But because we were able to create this oversight committee, it's the first time in the history of our legislature we've had an oversight committee.
Would you agree that with this fraud going on over a decade and basically the lackadaisical or disinterested approach from your government, that's why it's necessary for the Oversight Committee here in Congress to take this up? Would you agree with that?
I do. We're grateful for your help because we don't have the resources and we don't have subpoena power and some of the tools that you have.
Well, the reason that, one of the reasons that I don't think we need to bring Mississippi in here is because they've been very aggressive in their investigation and prosecution along with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And I just want to point that out, Mr. Chairman, that we wouldn't be sitting here today asking the questions that we're having to ask if the governor of Minnesota, Walz, and the Attorney General and the other people that are responsible for oversight had acted expeditiously in investigating this themselves. So that's why we're here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate all of you being here. The charges and reports of fraudulent autism centers in Minnesota are shocking to me. Could you describe to us your committee's findings in this area, Ms. Robbins, and how these fraudsters were operating?
It is really shocking. So there were autism centers that are a Medicaid waiver program, and people were getting paid kickbacks to sign their kids up to participate in the autism center so they could build Medicaid. And these children didn't necessarily have autism. We have substantiated, court documented by the U.S. Attorney how the parents were getting their kids falsely diagnosed with autism so that then they could get a kickback to participate in billing Medicaid for autism services.
It's not just the fraud in terms of money, it's the abuse of children by their parents. That has taken place here. And they were able to defraud the EDIBI program millions.
Yes, I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg in understanding it. There's been a handful of charges, but we expect more.
Mr. Hudson, do you think General Ellison or Governor Walz was aware of the fraud prior to the exposure that has been brought now?
Oh, there's simply no doubt. I mean, again, referring to the exhibit that I submitted with my testimony, 2,500 pages of OLA reports citing all of the red flags and risk factors, and they did not take appropriate action.
Why do you think they did that, Mr. Hudson and Ms. Rick? She's about to hit her button, so go ahead.
In my opinion, the simplest answer, the most logical answer is that they didn't want to know the answer to the question, because the answer to the question was going to require them to take action against one of their favorite political constituents.
But it's also been alleged that they may have benefited.
Yeah, that has been alleged, and I hope the evidence is entered into the record through investigation and prosecution.
Well, it's going to be a thorough investigation. Ms. Rarick, you were about to say something?
Just really quickly, so I think it should be noted, we haven't said this yet, but Jim Nobles was our legislative auditor for 38 years, and he did an article, or he did a statement in the Star Tribune on December 29th of 25, and he said literally all the state needed to do was implement standard financial controls and oversight. Why the Walz administration did not do that is still a mystery, but it's disturbing.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we just heard full justification for why we're having to have this hearing, why we'll have to follow up, because clearly the state of Minnesota had almost a lack of interest, maybe even an interest in covering it up. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and look forward to further investigating this
Thank you,
massive
Mr.
fraud.
Palmer. I think the evidence is clear as well. Chair now recognizes Ms. Luna from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Before I get to the questioning of some of our witnesses today, and thank you again for being here, I would like to make a motion to subpoena journalist Seth Harp for leaking classified information, including doxing a Delta Force commander on Operation Absolute Resolve, which liberated the Venezuelan people and brought a terrorist dictator to the United States to face justice for his crimes against American citizens.
A motion has been made, another motion by Ms. Luna. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance till the end of today's hearing. The committee will now proceed. Chair recognizes.
Thank you, Chairman Comer.
I make a motion to request this in writing.
Hold on. There's been a parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah,
about
parliamentary
Ms. Frost.
inquiry. We'd like to request this in writing.
Okay.
I can submit that. If I can just right after this, I'll totally submit that to you guys, because I have some other motions that we're voting on at the end. This is a great motion in writing. We want everyone on record for this one. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Luna.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Honorable Robbins, based on your record before your committee, when did Governor Walz first become aware of widespread fraud in Minnesota social service programs?
I would assume that he has been aware of it since he ran for office for governor in 2018.
By 2017, DHS investigators warned CCAP fraud could exceed 50%. What was that information elevated to the governor's office?
Yes, there was an OLA report.
Thank you, ma'am. By 2020, state officials knew Feeding Our Future invoices were fraudulent. We know that payments continued to the AG's knowledge. Did they continue to the governor's knowledge as well?
Yes.
Attorney General Ellison agreed on tape to fight Minnesota's own Department of Human and Health Services in exchange for Somali political and financial support. In your personal opinion, do you believe it is a possibility that Governor Walz also made that personal deal, or that he at least knew about the Attorney General's agreement?
I don't know.
Okay. I don't want to rehash what you guys have spent hours answering. We know that there's a big issue with the fraud in Minnesota. So on a number of things, I'd first like to point out, thank you for being here today, but because of your testimony and because of some of the evidence that we've seen brought forward, as well as I'm sure the fact that this committee, I assume, at Chairman Comer's direction, will be soon subpoenaing AG Ellison, I would like to make criminal referrals regarding Governor Walz as well as AG Ellison. As you know, U.S. Code 371 and U.S. Code 2, which deals with criminalized conspiracies to defraud the United States and establishes liability for individuals who knowingly aid or abet the commission of federal offense, includes willful blindness or deliberate inaction where duties to act exist. So I will be referring them later on today. Now, aside from that, I do just want to point out that there is a statute that you can denaturalize citizens if their applications were fraudulent, and also too if within 10 years of their naturalization that they committed fraud in the U.S. And so I take this very seriously, and it's very unfortunate that these people chose to do this, because being an American citizen is not a right, it's a privilege, especially if you were not born here. And so with that idea in mind, I would like to say that these criminals took advantage of the very country that gave them refuge. They do not deserve the privilege of remaining here, and frankly, they don't deserve to even be imprisoned here, which is why, as the chairwoman of the El Salvador caucus, I work very strongly with President Bukele, and we also know that CCOT has proven to be a great facility to house people that are denaturalized and deemed not worthy of U.S. citizenship, and I will be making referrals for those individuals if they are found guilty. Thank you for being here today. Chairman, I yield my time.
Will you yield the last 2 minutes you had?
Yes, sir, to you.
All right. So we've talked a lot about Governor Walz. I think you all have done a tremendous job codifying the fact that there's massive amounts of waste in Minnesota. This has been taking place for years. and yet nothing's been done. The Democrats want to keep spending more money. They're like, why are we cutting off funding temporarily? We need to spend more money, throw more money at the problem. That's not working. The American people aren't going to have it. Thank you all for being here today to talk about this. I know it takes a lot of courage, and I'm sure you're probably getting threats from certain people that have benefited from this, and others that are misinformed by some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We've talked about Waltz. You've stated that Waltz has been well aware of this, but we haven't talked a lot about Attorney General Ellison. Very quickly, do you all have anything to add about his knowledge? Was he aware of this? Go ahead, Ms. Rank.
Thank you. I actually had that document in front of me that I wanted to share. So this is from a press release that we actually confronted him with when we had a hearing and he was in front of us. And the press release is from September 26th of 2022. And this is from press release from his office. And it says, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and his office have been deeply involved for 2 years in holding Feeding Our Future accountable. Now, the tape that we've been talking about as well, where he said he would go to bat for the fraudsters against state agencies, which, by the way, were his clients, happened 1 year prior to this press release. So if he had been working to oust the fraudsters for Feeding Our Future, he would have known who they were at the time of that meeting. He claimed in front of us that he did not know who they were. That was his reason to meet with them. And by the way, I would say that he did not meet with him in his official office, which is highly suspect. He met with them at a strip mall, I think, something like that.
Okay. Well, we've invited him to be at our next hearing on this. If he doesn't respond very soon, he will be receiving a subpoena to be here at the next hearing, and we look forward to working with you and any other whistleblowers who want to come forward to ask Mr. Ellison specific questions. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Gill for unanimous consent.
Yep, I've got a unanimous consent request to enter into the record. Former legislative auditor, is the Waltz administration finally awake about fraud?
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes are you ready, Mr. Langworthy, or? So, Mr. McGuire, Chair recognizes Mr. McGuire from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and for your tireless work on your committee to investigate and sound the alarm for fraud in your state. After receiving a mandate from the American people and taking office, President Trump and this administration have worked tirelessly to root out and put an end to waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal government. The recent childcare fraud that has come to light in Minnesota is just the latest example of why the American people deserve to have oversight and how their taxpayer dollars are being spent. Talking with constituents in my district, I had one guy say to me, he said, John, why should we even pay taxes? The signal that we're getting around our country is that you do everything right and you pay your taxes, and these folks are buying homes in foreign countries. These fraudsters are stealing from the American people, we the people. And one constituent said, we're not paying taxes, we're paying criminals. We need to know where our taxpayer dollars are going. The 20 million or so illegal aliens that came into our country have come here to break the donkey's back. You know, if you want to break a donkey's back, you keep loading it on and loading it on until his back breaks. And we're sick and tired of the waste, fraud, and abuse. For some reason, it seems like our friends on the other side of the aisle partner with the fraudsters and not those people that are identifying the fraud. You may remember during the Summer of Love, when they were burning our cities for 80 days, instead of supporting the police, they wanted to defund the police and use their dollars to bail them out of jail so they continue burning our cities. It makes no sense. Recently, we got Maduro out of his country to stand trial for killing and terrorizing thousands of American citizens. And instead of telling the military what a great job they did, they had protests around the country for Maduro. And by the way, I had a friend in the airport in Buenos Aires. When it was announced, the entire airport cheered. And people in Venezuela said that they've been eaten out of trash cans, and family members got into prostitution because their family was starving. They're trying to survive. As a Navy SEAL veteran, I served in Venezuela during the 90s, and it was one of the most prosperous, strongest economic countries, safest places in South America, and they've ruined it. So anyway, the people are sick and tired of the waste, fraud, and abuse. In reference to the most recent child care fraud scandal coming to light by a spokesperson for Governor Walz said, the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggression on this action. He has strengthened oversight. Ms. Robinson, Mr. Hudson, and Mr. Rorick as members of the Fraud Prevention and State Agency and Oversight Committee. Do you agree that Governor Walz has strengthened oversight in the state of Minnesota? Yes or no?
No, he belatedly took action this fall because of the enormous pressure that is coming to bear, but his agencies always had the authority that he trumpeted now.
No, he simplified the problem by pretending that you can solve it by appointing somebody to look at it. This needs systemic reform.
He absolutely shredded oversight, simply.
Yeah, and I heard through testimony that it was career suicide to speak up. But Ms. Robinson, you've been very vocal about the mistreatment of whistleblowers by Governor Walz. Can you speak to some of the ways that Governor Walz and his administration have retaliated against whistleblowers?
Yes, I've met with many whistleblowers who have spoken about how they were told that they would be demoted or reassigned. I know of people who were reassigned. We also know that they were surveilled in their place of work when people thought they might be the quote leaker. Their email and their chat functions were surveilled electronically for words like fraud or whistleblower or compliance or overbilling. So they are under a great deal of stress in the Department of Human Services, and we are grateful for the whistleblowers who have spoken out to us.
So based on all of your knowledge about this scandal or this fraud in Minnesota, I think it's the tip of the iceberg. We're like $37 trillion in debt. And now, I don't know what it is about Somali, but apparently they're using that for Somali daycare centers in Washington State now. And it's come to light that there's some daycare center fraud in Ohio as well associated with Somali. So I think we're just the tip of the iceberg, and there's waste, fraud, and abuse everywhere. And maybe a big chunk of our national debt comes from waste, fraud, and abuse. So I don't care if it's a red state or a blue state. We need to have oversight. We need to protect the American people's taxpayer dollars. The childcare fraud brought to light by Nick Shirley is just the latest scandal. In 2022, federal prosecutors charged 47 defendants, majority of whom were from the Minnesota Somali community, for the role they played in feeding our future. Are they still in power in Minnesota?
The Democrats?
No, the Feeding Our Future. What's going on with them now?
So that program was a COVID-era child nutrition program, and that is over, but there's ongoing child nutrition programs that could be fraudulent. So I think they're still working their way through the Feeding Our Future case, but I think there will be need for ongoing oversight of child nutrition programs.
With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Langworthy from Buffalo, New York. Okay, Chair recognizes, we will go to Mr. Stauber, are you ready, prepared, or Ms. Fishbach?
Yeah, Representative Fishbach prior to me. Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognize, we're going to get to our wave-ons, and we may have a few more that will come in. We have a few more Republicans that haven't asked questions yet, but Ms. Fishbach. You recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And before I begin my remarks, I want to enter into the record an email shared by DHS whistleblowers. The email was written by a senior DHS official and sent to other DHS leaders. In the email, the DHS official talks about using military intelligence resources to track down whistleblowers' exact location. And this issue, and I believe this email was alluded to by Representative Rarick in her testimony.
Without objection to ordered.
Thank you so much. And I have one more, and I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled, Minnesota Government Whistleblowers Claim They Were Electronically Surveilled, Had Promotions Denied, in the New York Post, dated January 3rd, 2026.
Without objection to ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I would like to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing us to wave on. This is an incredibly important issue in our state and across the country. And it's something that comes up all the time when we're out in the district. And so I thank all of the legislators for being here and for all of your work that you do in order to expose this and dig into it and really figure out what's going on. And I think it was Mr. Burlinson who asked if we were embarrassed. But I'm not embarrassed to be from Minnesota. What I am is really sad. that this is happening, and this is what Minnesota is known for now, this horrible fraud, because there's wonderful things that Minnesota does have to offer. And so as a lifelong Minnesotan, it makes me sad that this is what we're having to talk about. And while some may want to downplay this fraud, I want to be clear. This is an explicit and egregious cover-up on the theft of taxpayer dollars. And hundreds of millions stolen from programs intended to help feed children, provide housing, provide childcare, even help individuals with autism. And we also have reports that some of this funding is going to terrorist organizations, like was mentioned earlier. Democrats have been in charge in Minnesota for years. And I was in the Minnesota legislature, I know. And they specifically wrote and passed legislation that reduced oversight when handing out federal funds. Democrats seized on COVID in particular to yank back fraud protections, just so that they could hand out money as fast as possible. That was the whole thing. That was the mantra during COVID, is we've got to get it out fast. So we can't have all these regulations and checks and balances on them. Unfortunately, though, this problem isn't new, and it wasn't just from COVID in Minnesota. Whistleblowers report that they've been making reports for years. The Democrat leadership at the state level in Minnesota has been actively suppressing whistleblowers, and I think some of the testimony that you've all given today is pointing that out. And that's not an opinion, it is fact. It's fact. So I'm going to ask, maybe we're going to go over some of this a little once again, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that there's a clear answer. Representative Rarick, the tweet, where did my sign go? I have a sign. Maybe we don't. But there's an account that is working, that is, I believe, from the whistleblowers. And I just wanted to note, there we go. Thank you. This behind me is the account. Is it run by one whistleblower?
Madam Congressman, no, it actually is comprised of over 1,000 state employees across multiple state agencies.
So this is not just a couple of people. This is a lot of people bringing this to light. And were the whistleblowers ever made to feel unsafe on their attempts to report fraud?
Yes, absolutely. I can give you 2 quotes that they have in the 7-page document that was submitted for this committee hearing. 2 things that they said is, think about your home and what if you lose your job? So these are things said to whistleblowers. Second thing was, we need information about where your kids go to school and where their bus stops are.
And Representative Rarick, that's just incredible stuff. And I know you mentioned it before, but I do think it's worth repeating, because we had whistleblowers. This could have been happening, but there has been Democrat administration after Democrat administration, including Walz and the newer, they have not addressed these things. And they have not said, hey, whistleblowers, we believe you, and we're going to do something about it. And so that's the concern. And I just want to, I'm running low on time, but I wanted to just ask Representative Robbins, and I'm sorry, Mr. Hudson, but you've had some really good moments today, so I'll go to Representative Robbins. As chair of the committee, if these claims of retaliatory action are true, then it violates the law. So if these claims are true, then a state agency is violating our own state whistleblowers' laws. Is that correct?
So the whistleblower statute is for civil penalties. There is no criminal penalty for whistleblower retaliation in statute currently, but we are looking at that for the next session. But that's why when people say, why haven't these people who've retaliated against the whistleblowers been prosecuted, it's because there is no criminal penalty in statute.
Has there been anything by the Attorney General's office, and this is maybe a question that I'll ask if he's comes, anything by the Attorney General's office that would deal with that?
No, we passed a law this session to expand whistleblower protection, because prior to this session, they could only report up through their supervisor or to the state attorney general. And when they did, they were either ghosted or they were retaliated against. So we expanded it, so now they can report to legislators and they can report to law enforcement. And that's how we got this just deluge of whistleblower reports, because now they have somewhere safe to report.
And you have been very indulgent, and I'll just say, after 15 years of Democrat administration in Minnesota, this massive fraud is coming to an end because we are going to get to it, and I appreciate the work that you have done on your committee, and we will do whatever we can to continue to bring it to light and prosecute those folks involved. So thank you very much, and Mr. Chair, I thank you very much for your indulgence.
Ms.
Chair asks unanimous consent.
Who said that? Oh, yeah, Mr. Bell.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this May 2025 report from the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs entitled Undermining the Watchdogs, the 19 independent inspectors generals fired by President Trump uncovered billions in fraud, waste, and abuse.
Without objection, so ordered. All right, our next Minnesota wave on is Mr. Finstad from Minnesota.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Thank you for holding this important hearing today, and thank you to our great Minnesota legislators for being here. God bless you and your work. It's been so needed, and you have amplified and created such a voice and opportunity for us to get to the bottom of this, so thank you. Governor Walz's incompetence has put a spotlight on our state by enabling rampant fraud across federally funded, state-administered programs. And for those that aren't from Minnesota, in Minnesota, the Democrat Party goes by the DFL, Democrat Farmer Labor. Well, I'll tell you what, they kicked the farmer out a long time ago, and that F now stands for fraud. And that is wholly owned by Governor Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, and it's on them, and it will be on them forever. Minnesota taxpayers have had more than $9 billion and counting taken from their pockets, yet the Walz administration has failed to take meaningful action to stop this. Since Feeding Our Future scandal came to light, not a single individual responsible for ensuring accountability to these federally funded programs has been fired. Not a single. This would not stand a second in the private sector. I don't care if you're a bank CEO. I don't care if you're a greeter at Walmart. You would not have your job with the incompetence that Governor Walz has displayed in Minnesota. Since I was first elected in 2022, I've joined my Republican colleagues in the congressional delegation, sending numerous letters to Governor Walz and his administration to expose the lawlessness occurring in our state with no response. The Minnesota state legislators here testifying have been on the front lines working to combat this failure and Governor Walz's failure to responsibly steward over the $9 billion in taxpayer money. I thank you for appearing here today. With that being said, we're talking about programs, housing stabilization, daycare, autism centers, Feeding Our Future. I mean, these are all compassionate, good Minnesota values. We want to take care of our neighbors in need. If our neighbors, if they're struggling to find the amount of money to put food on their table, we will take the shirt off our back to help our neighbors in need. These fraudsters preyed on the goodwill of Minnesotans. Minnesota is Minnesota nice, and these fraudsters knew it, and they took advantage of us. So I'm going to start with you, Representative Rarick. Thank you again for your leadership. During your tenure in Minnesota state government, how long have you been working on this issue, and what are some of the craziest, most egregious things that you've seen really that have been identified by the incompetency of our CEO governor of our state?
Right. So I was elected in 2013, started serving then, and I literally have heard about fraud since 2013. And I'll tell you, every time that it was raised in committee by myself or my colleagues, we were essentially called racist and Islamophobic, or that the fraud really wasn't happening. I remember with the daycare fraud, when there was credible allegations that it was $100 million back in 13, 14, 15, somewhere in there. They prosecuted closer to 5 to 10 million, and so instead of the 100 million, that was what was prosecuted. And so Democrats would say, well, it's really not 100 million. It's really just a couple. And so I know that we had a gentleman behind us come and testify in front of us, and he had a tracker, and they spent the entire time besmirching his good character as opposed to actually talking about the fraud. And that's what we've experienced nonstop every day.
So thank you for that testimony, but also thank you for being strong. Because the politics of intimidation, name-calling, race baiting, they want us to shut up. They want this fraud to continue. And so thank you for being strong. I represent 750,000 of our neighbors in southern Minnesota. It's God's country down there. And, I hear from my neighbors the Democrat control and what it's done to decimate our daycare industry, the affordability, the access. We just struggle with daycare in southern Minnesota. And I can't help but think that, wow, $9 billion sure would go a long ways to help our neighbors in southern Minnesota. The Walz administration has done crazy things. They've weaponized the administration. Heck, we have daycares in southern Minnesota getting fined for leaving chapstick on their office desk. They can find the time to do that, but they can't find the $9 billion. Ridiculous. Representative Robbins, the Democrats at the state and federal level, so we're talking everyone from Angie Craig, Ilhan Omar, Tina Smith, Amy Klobuchar, Tim Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. Have they helped at all in your committee work? Have they been a part of it? Have they said, hey, we want to help try to get rid of this fraud?
No, I don't know of any Democrats who have called out the Walz administration for their absolute failure to protect taxpayer dollars and our vulnerable citizens.
So this is just unbelievable to me that we cannot, in the face of this horrific fraud and crime that's going on, we can't for a brief moment rip the R and the D off our sweatshirt and put the USA on and say enough is enough. And so what you're doing, and by being here today, helping us understand the details and the level of fraud in Minnesota is so important. We can't thank you enough. And Chairman Comer, we stand ready to help you and this committee however we can to put an end to this.
We're serious about it, and we want to work with you. Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy from Buffalo.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for putting this hearing together so promptly after all of this fraud was unveiled. I'm not going to get into belaboring all the facts that have been revealed here already today, but Representative Robbins, how long do you believe that this fraud was allowed to operate in Minnesota before anyone in state government actually decided to act?
Well, we've had all this going on since 2014 at least, and the Walz administration's been in office 7 years, and they very belatedly took a few actions this fall. So they only came to the table to help pause program and have required audits because of the public pressure.
So we're looking at fraud going back 11 years at this point in untold sums of money. And with the years that this has gone on, who in your mind knew about this fraud, and who do you think looked the other way?
I think everybody in Minnesota knew about it. There's been so many great local investigative journalistic stories on this. And I think the governor, the lieutenant governor, the attorney general, and all of the agency heads have looked the other way.
I really want to salute you and your colleagues that were on the front end of this, trying to get people to pay attention to this. And when you raised attention to this fraud long before Nick Shirley's outstanding reporting, Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison actually refused to take your claim seriously. Isn't that correct?
Yes, we gave them a list in February of last year of 72 child care centers we thought were problematic that should be investigated, and to my knowledge, they didn't do anything with the list we provided.
Now, as an elected official, you obviously are out in the community. Is this blatant fraud something that people on the street are talking about?
All the time. They're furious.
And they know it. It's in plain sight. Everyone knows what's going on, but no one will act.
Well, we're doing our best to act at the committee.
You are. But the people that are actually in power, I come from New York, so I understand what blue state living's all about. It's infuriating because we see the same thing in our home state. And when you have people in power that refuse to do the right thing, even though the problem is an obvious one, it's really disheartening to the constituents and the taxpayers, the hardworking men and women paying the bills. And Representative Robbins, do you think that there was a political calculation that was made by the people that turned a blind eye, that it was more beneficial for them to allow and kind of green light the fraud? Or were they afraid of political consequences if they actually did something about that from a constituency of Somalis?
Yes, I think they chose to protect the fraudsters and the criminals over the whistleblowers and the taxpayers because, as the Somali investigator said, that feckless fear, they had feckless fear from the establishment, politicians, and state agencies when they were confronted with charges of racism and Islamophobic. So they were afraid of being called racist or Islamophobic, the Democrat politicians, and standing up to their base. So they just turned a blind eye.
And with this, Somali population, this is part of the Democrat Party's base at this point in Minnesota. Isn't that correct?
Largely.
Largely. So they were basically renting a constituency through the fraud at the expense of the taxpayer. That's wild. You don't have to answer that. I think that we all know the answer to that. And Representative Hudson, there is a child care affordability crisis right now, and young families in my district and across the country are making really tough choices to afford quality care. What impact has this fraud had on wait lists and staffing and simply making resources available for legitimate child care centers in your constituency?
Well, as Mr. Finstead pointed out, in Minnesota, there's been a long-standing attack upon family-based childcare, where folks would run businesses out of their homes. And when you're out of the city, that's usually the type of childcare you would have access to. And so in a climate where there's already been reductions in the availability of people to be able to receive childcare, again, going back to the firefighter putting out the fire analogy, yeah, it causes damage with the water, but it's necessary in this time, because even though it hurts, because of the blaze that walls allowed to explode.
It's amazing. This $9 billion in fraud went uninvestigated, ignored, swept aside for years. Not a single rogue bureaucrat, but by every Democrat official in the state of Minnesota who presented with clear, damning evidence chose to look the other way blindly. I cannot wait to see Tim Walz and Keith Ellison in those seats where you're sitting right now. But to everyone here, we cannot ignore who truly benefited from this failure beyond the perpetrators of the fraud. And it's Governor Tim Walz and the entire Democratic leadership throughout a constituency's votes that they bought by looking the other way and letting this happen. They effectively greenlit this theft of billions of dollars in taxpayer money through years of willful ignorance. And every single American taxpayer deserves full accountability, because this isn't limited to just Minnesota. We have a lot of other states to start to look at. I mean, all the big blue handout states. I live in one of them. We have to open the Pandora's box here and find out how much money has been siphoned off from America's taxpayers. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Well said. Chair recognizes Congressman Jack from Georgia.
I also want to echo my support for Congressman Langworthy's remarks. Certainly associate myself with them. It is all political, and it's very unfortunate. I want to thank the witnesses for testifying today. I'd also like to thank our chairman for convening this hearing so expeditiously. Less than 2 weeks have passed since the nation was caught in this just horrible crisis, watching this unfold, and here we are with action today. We've talked a lot about the $9 billion in fraud. I like quantifying it because more often than not we throw around the biggest numbers here in Washington, and sometimes it's hard to quantify it. It takes about a second to count a dollar bill, and that's 9 billion seconds. Means that if we started counting in 1741, 285 years ago, we would just now be finishing $9 billion worth of accounts. So take that data point to heart. But I want to concentrate my line of questioning today on the whistleblowers. And I know a lot has been discussed, but as we near the end of this hearing, I want to start with Representative Rarick. And it's our understanding, as has been discussed today, the Department of Human Services whistleblowers claim that they have faced retaliation from senior Minnesota Department of Human Services officials, including appointees, on behalf of Governor Walz. And I just want you to explain to us again how these administrators have retaliated against whistleblowers.
Right. So the threats were pretty intense. And as I've said, their jobs were threatened. They had strange questions, demanding answers about where their children went to school, where their bus stops were. They were told that if you don't do what we tell you to do or not do what we tell you to do, you'll lose your job. You'll lose that job with cause, which means in Minnesota that you don't get unemployment insurance. You also could lose your retirement plan. Also, you'd be blacklisted off of all state agencies, and I would note that that also includes Hennepin and Ramsey counties, our biggest counties, because they are Democrat-run, and maybe even the University of Minnesota. I'm going to throw that into probably some of our biggest cities, like Rochester, Duluth, that are very Democrat-leaning. So it's a very vast threat They've also threatened them with sort of a vague military intelligence. So there was one, I have the email right here that was just submitted, I believe, by Congresswoman Fishbach, and it says things like, I would like to use my former colleagues in the Army to locate where you are using your IP address, and I don't have that. He says, I don't have that technology anymore, but I can get it in a heartbeat. So there were vague threats, and I believe there was more threats beyond that, but it was very expansive threats.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. I actually wanted to talk about that. As I understand it, it was and I think it's to your point, she entered it into the record, but the interim Deputy Assistant Commissioner of Operations, for the folks watching at home, the Department of Human Services in Minnesota, allegedly was trying to use a contact in the military during the Biden administration to track whistleblowers' whereabouts. I presume this is illegal under Minnesota law, but would love for you to indulge us as to whether or not it is.
You know, I don't know for sure if it's illegal in Minnesota. If it's not, it certainly should be. I think most of what happened to the whistleblowers is illegal, but the control over the state, the control over the largest counties, the control over some of our largest cities is controlled by Democrats. And so this was allowed to continue.
And to the best of your knowledge, whether it be Governor Dayton or Governor Pawlenty before, were whistleblowers treated in such a manner under those administrations, or is this unique to the Walz administration?
I don't have any reports, particularly through the Pawlenty administration. I know that fraud was beginning to be uncovered at the very tail end of his administration, but mostly under Democrat rule. But I don't know of this kind of retaliation in any other administration besides the Walz administration.
Thank you for sharing that with us. And I just want to close out. Some Minnesota officials claim they had no knowledge of this fraud, just found out about it, which I think we all know is demonstrably false. But I'm just curious, could you elaborate for this committee on the many ways by which Governor Walz could have been made aware of this? I mean, he certainly was made aware of this, turned a blind eye. I just want to make sure that we understand as a committee the many methods by which he was informed.
So there were a multitude of legislative auditor reports, so much so that I had read into the record what Jim Nobles, the last legislative auditor before Judy Randall, he had been the legislative auditor for 38 years, and he was so disgusted by the actions of Governor Walz that he wrote a couple comments in the Star Tribune saying that they literally just needed to do basic financial controls, and it's behooving to him, or confounding to him, I should say, as to why they didn't. So he is very much a nonpartisan, non-political person, and he was shocked at what he found.
Well, I want to thank all of our witnesses for testimony today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I believe our last questioner is our last wave on from Minnesota, Representative Stauber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And after all the conversations today, you wonder why the Department of Justice can't get the voter rolls out of Minnesota, and the Secretary of Ag can't get the SNAP benefits from Minnesota to make sure there's no fraud. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for holding this hearing, and I also want to thank our witnesses whose years of hard work in Minnesota are exposing these revelations, are finally garnering the national attention that they deserve. And finally, I want to thank the numerous whistleblowers who are exposing Tim Walz's failures as governor. As we have heard today, these brave men and women are risking their careers to reveal the truth, while Tim Walz is actively attempting to threaten and suppress them. I am here to say it won't work, and we stand with the whistleblowers. I want to shift gears and ask you about Minnesota's new paid family leave program that the governor has been touting during this fraud scandal. Representative Rarick, under the paid family leave program in Minnesota, who can I take leave or care for? And is it limited to family or dependents?
Thank you, Congressman Stauber. No, it is not limited to just family. One would think that it was, but there is something that the Democrats built into the law that said if I set up an expectation of care, with no documentation, by the way, no attestation, absolutely no documentation, then that is good enough in Minnesota.
So I could take care of somebody that's just a friend of mine?
Congressman, absolutely.
So it doesn't matter if they're related, if I've had a past relationship or closer, I can just go and ask or tell my employer I'm leaving for 12 weeks or 8 weeks and get 90% of my pay and take care of that person, right?
You could do that, yes. And so it's a sliding scale. It's not all of the people will get 90%, but the vast majority, I believe, depending on your salary, would get 90%. And yes, you could go take care of anybody because there is no documentation.
Well, what kind of proof of care would I have to provide to the state to demonstrate that I am actually taking care of you during my paid family leave?
Yeah, there's absolutely no documentation. So you have to provide and prove absolutely nothing.
So if I don't show up and take care of who I say I'm taking care of, nothing's going to happen to me?
That's correct. You could go to Puerto Rico, you could go to Istanbul. It doesn't matter where you go or what you do. There's no requirement to document.
So I can say that I'm just caring for anyone, and the state of Minnesota would require my boss to give me a 12-week vacation without any proof?
That is exactly how the Democrats wrote that law. That's correct.
Is a licensed American doctor required to certify that this person needs my immediate and uninterrupted care?
So the medical professionals is a very, very broad category, and no, they do not have to be an American midwife, doctor, chiropractor, orthopedic surgeon, none of those things. It can be in any country.
Does the state require the person I'm claiming to care for to be present in Minnesota or even in the United States of America?
No, Congressman, that person could be anywhere.
Somalia?
Absolutely.
So you're telling me I can get a foreign doctor without an American license to just check a box and I get a state-mandated paid vacation to Somalia or any other country. Is that correct?
That is how the law was written by Democrats in Minnesota, yes.
This is incredibly concerning. With what little time I have left, I want to open this up to the entire panel. Is there anything else you would like to address regarding the paid family leave program? And I'll start with Representative Robbins.
Thank you. We always talk about how important it is to stop fraud on the front end. So our committee held a hearing on this paid family leave law that took effect January 1st back in November. And we grilled the Department of Employment and Economic Development, trying to get them to shore up some of these definitions, trying to put some guardrails on this program. And they just assured us over and over, they've got it covered. There won't be any fraud. Don't worry about it. But I've already had whistleblower reports since the program started, January 1st, of fraud. So we're going to have to get a handle on this, and I think it's the next fraud frontier in Minnesota.
Representative Hudson, anything you'd like to add on the paid family leave program in Minnesota?
Just to put the points that Representative Rarick put as concisely as possible, it is humorous but true that you could quite literally have a witch doctor approve your vacation to Somalia. That's how loose the rules are written.
Listen, I'm proud to be from Minnesota. I was born, raised, and living in Minnesota, raising my family there. This is going to stop, and you folks are at the front of it. Minnesotans have had enough. We're hardworking people. We will not allow our tax dollars to go to fraud, and I commend the three of you and other folks back in Minnesota that want to stop this. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields
Mr. Chair, I
back.
seek recognition to make a motion for a subpoena.
State your motion.
I would like to make a motion to subpoena the Department of Homeland Security for all documents and footage related to the murder of a woman by ICE that took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota today.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance till the end of today's hearing. And we will prepare to close now. That concludes all of our questions. In closing, I want to again, thank our witnesses for being here today. Welcome to the House Oversight Committee. This was a pretty cordial committee hearing for us, so and very important. Before we adjourn, I want to yield to Ranking Member Garcia for his closing remarks, and then I will give my closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before we close, I just also want to mention the news of this horrific killing in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're talking about Minnesota right now. This was a killing by an ICE agent. There are videos that are now online. There's testimony that's being brought to light. It's horrific. I encourage folks to watch those videos and see what's happened for themselves. And I'm hopeful that this committee investigates this incident and that we have full accountability. So I want to thank Representative Presley for her motion. Now, we've heard a lot today, and particularly a lot of bigoted smears against an entire community. Now, some Republican members of this committee said or implied that somehow all Somalis are now suspected fraudsters or terrorists. Now, Somali Americans are overwhelmingly U.S. citizens with the same rights as any member of this committee. And the rest, and a vast majority of them, are just hardworking folks. They're trying to take care of their families and playing by the rules. And we should be clear that if we want to investigate fraud, we should start by investigating 1600 Pennsylvania. We all know that fraud is a betrayal of the public's trust, and Democrats agree that we must be rigorous in conducting oversight wherever it exists. But conducting rigorous oversight does not somehow exclude the president or the administration, or the DOJ and what's happening there, or the rampant crimes that are happening right now all across other agencies. We know that holding fraudsters accountable does not mean granting them full and unconditional presidential pardons because they are wealthy supporters of the president. President Trump last year gave out 25 get-out-of-jail-free cards from fraudsters alone, 25. He pardoned them from paying back more than $1 billion they owe to their victims. This is wrong, and it's un-American. We have to make sure that victims of fraud are not forced to suffer anymore. And we also know that cutting off childcare and family support for thousands of innocent families is not the way to protect victims. In fact, it punishes victims. These attacks are harming parents, children, and childcare providers as we speak. Many childcare providers, not just in Minnesota, but across the country, are receiving death threats. Childcare centers have been vandalized, and the children's information has been stolen in some cases. Childcare providers in states across the country have reported that they will have to close if they lose federal funding. Parents are saying they have to quit their jobs because they will no longer be able to have childcare for their families and while they're at work. These cuts will make it harder for families to put food on the table as grocery costs continue to increase. We should be protecting those families and children who are being hurt by all of this. Let's go after the big fraud in our government, and that includes the fraud and corruption at the White House. And with that, I yield back.
The ranking member yields back, and I will conclude by saying today we have heard about the shocking, rampant, and long ongoing fraud in Minnesota's social service programs. This fraud has shocked and outraged the American people, and rightfully so. The scale of this fraud is not just something we've seen before, and I'm pretty confident this is just the tip of the iceberg. The Trump administration has taken a whole-of-government approach to rooting out fraud. The Trump administration has already uncovered at least $9 billion in fraud. These criminals have stolen taxpayer dollars from all Americans to fund lavish cars, homes, and vacations here in the U.S. and abroad. Some of this stolen money is even allegedly going overseas to support terrorists. Our witnesses, the chairwoman and two members of the Minnesota House of Representatives Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee, have been sounding the alarm on this fraud for years. Democrats have attempted to distract the American people from this widespread fraud and accuse investigators of racism. This should not be a partisan issue, but they clearly do not take this issue seriously. Either they don't take fraud seriously or they just don't care. It's one or the other. The most vulnerable are suffering as a result. These programs are meant to feed needy kids, provide services to autistic children, house low-income and disabled Americans, and provide health care to vulnerable Medicaid recipients. The Walz administration has kept this money flowing for years, oftentimes behind closed doors. When whistleblowers came forward about this fraud, the Walz administration retaliated against employees who warned and alerted the administration to fraud occurring within these social programs. There's supposed to be checks and balances in our system to prevent this, both on the federal and state levels. Every agency that lost hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars has well-paid staff that are supposed to prevent this. That's their job. They're inspectors general. That's their job. They have huge staffs. We have jurisdiction over the IGs. Many have failed, and they need to be held accountable. Now, I want to close by saying we've had 4 Minnesota Republicans to waive on this committee. If there was a committee hearing about fraud in Kentucky and I wasn't on the committee, I would want to waive on the committee. but not a single Democrat requested to waive on the committee from the state of Minnesota. And there is one member of the Minnesota delegation, Representative Omar, who coincidentally is of Somali descent, did not request to be in this hearing. I will publicly invite her to come to the next hearing, and she doesn't have to, but she can request to be waived on, and I will gladly grant that request. Now, I'm doing this motion, right? I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an application unsealed by the United States District Court for the District of Minnesota on December 18, 2025, for law enforcement to execute a search warrant on Ultimate Home Health Services, LLC, for defrauding Minnesota's Independent Community Supports Medicaid program. This fraudulent provider's negligence resulted in the death of a man who suffered from severe mental health fitness. I referenced this tragedy in my opening statement. We're not going to, this isn't it. This is just the beginning. We want to again thank you for being here. We're going to work with you to see that these federal funds go to people in Minnesota who they're supposed to go to. I support President Trump putting a halt on all federal funding to these government social programs in Minnesota until we get a handle on where this is going. And thank you all for doing that. We will work with you and do everything we can to hold people accountable and to stop the fraud and get the backs of the American taxpayers. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess subject to the call of the chair. We plan to reconvene at 4 p.m. The committee now stands in recess and the witnesses may be excused. Thank you all.